All right. So picking up from the recording. Just gonna grab some fish here. Since they're all nicely corralled over here. Wow, got 6. Nice. So yeah, anyway, there's really no reason not to play this game on Master Mode, since there's just more equipment and weapons and things everywhere, more resources, and we can just avoid fights whenever we want. Especially with Majora's Mask, we can just avoid fighting. Except when we want to. So, in my opinion, the additional resources actually just make the game easier, so yeah, it's no reason not to play this game on Master Mode. Master Mode is not actually that much harder than normal mode. I'm gonna let the opening cutscene here play out once this first time we go into the shrine, and then I'll probably skip it hereafter. Oh man, ow. Or oh man, AU. I don't know. Some of these Sheikah names. A little crazy. Now this is a cutscene. Like the water droplet cutscene. For every single tower and these first 4 shrines. Yeah, this is a cutscene I wish I could skip. So, anyway. Now that we have Magnesis, I'm gonna go ahead and get rid of a little Guardian up here by smashing it with a block. And then, we've got a trick coming up. Just a little time-saving trick. It's not even a glitch, it's just... There we go. It's just a little time saver. We're gonna line ourselves up very carefully right here, pull out our shield, pressing against the edge like so. Press X, and then A. And I just barely made that, but... Shield surfing with careful timing right there will allow us to cross that gap without actually needing to move the metal platform there. It's a nice little time save. Just make sure you're lined up carefully with the edge there. Like facing, you know, facing the opposite ledge and not like at an angle or anything. Or you won't have enough distance. And there's a slight delay on pressing A for the double jump. So you press X to jump off the ledge while holding forward, and then after a very small, like a half second or quarter second delay, then you press A. If you press X and A right, you know, one after the other quickly, you won't make it. So there's a small delay, and then that will get you the horizontal distance you need. It's a simple enough trick, but it saves a decent amount of time. It's definitely easy to mess up if you're in too much of a hurry, though.
Oh!
So, next up is another fall damage cancel. Hopefully the last one we have to do. After we go through this guy's text. The old man telling us about ancient Hyrule and how it was more advanced than current Hyrule. Basically.
Oh.
I'm gonna make sure this notification disappears before I do anything. Funny thing about notifications in this game, if you don't let them disappear, they'll actually keep reappearing over and over again until you actually let them go away. It's an interesting design decision. All right. There we go. Simple fall damage cancel. Again, it's a very scary trick, but it's not actually that difficult, really. It's actually pretty generous. You don't have to do it like just before you hit the ground or anything. You can actually do it from a reasonably high height. And even if you take like 1 heart of damage or 2 hearts, like you can just heal up on the back of it. I mean, that's what we got all the fish for. Basically. Get a real weapon over here. Skip past all the guardians and not deal with that. Get one of the best shirts in the game. At least until we get the warm doublet. Who needs immersion? Not us. So, now for the most broken ability in the game. The bomb. Speedrunners have managed to break the bomb in literally every single Zelda game since the series' inception. I'm pretty sure. Now, the degree of brokenness, you know, varies from game to game, but let's just say it's pretty broken in this game. Careful not to blow yourself up in these tight passageways. Grab the sword. That. Yeah, doing that is a little bit tight, but it's not too bad. Just throw it forward and then step back 1 or 2 steps before detonating. You won't blow yourself up. So all the monks here on the Great Plateau have their hands in little triangle shapes. Together they make the Triforce. It's just a neat little detail. They even have the middle piece. Coming up in the Stasis Shrine here in a second. Just a cool little detail. But anyways, we will see just how broken bombs are in just a minute. When we get through the opening shrines. You will all see that bombs are in fact crazy, crazy broken in this game. Anyone familiar with Ocarina of Time? If so, you'll know all about Hessing. If you know anything about Ocarina of Time speedrunning. Well, we can't Hess in this game, but quite frankly, we have something way better than that. And that will become apparent shortly. First, we're gonna run past these guys and steal their lunch very quickly. Whistle running is really helpful here. Just kind of dodge these guys. Just keep on whistle running. Again, this is kind of awkward because our hand's in this claw shape, but on the controller, but it's worth it. When you're running in snow or sand, you'll get slowed down like so, so try to stick to the bare stone areas here. Anyway, we're gonna go right up here to this area right here, where you see like this crack dividing the wall here, and we're gonna jump up on this side. And after 2 jumps, and then climbing to our very limit here, on the last second, we're gonna jump. And despite having only a tiny bit of stamina, we will be allowed to jump and make it all the way to the top. Just barely. Okay. On to our third shrine. Stasis is also broken. Not gonna bother healing up here because the monk will heal it. Will heal our damage for us. There's not anything too dangerous in this shrine. Just a few rolling orbs. Don't want to get hit by this, but we do want to stasis this right there. We're gonna go ahead and grab the shield that's up here. I'm gonna play it safe and not try to run past that. I think I probably could have made it there, but don't really want to take the chance. Then we're gonna play a little bit of Sheikah Golf. 4. So like a lot of the puzzles in these shrines come down to knocking the orb into the hole. So that's the joke, is that the Sheikah love golf. There's the middle piece of the Triforce there. Like I was saying. The middle triangle there. I just like that reference. It's very nice. It's one of the few references to the Triforce in this game. Okay, now we're going to turn this way, and we're going to climb up here and get ourselves another iron sledgehammer. For the longest time, I did not know this was here. Man, is it good to have? Good to know. Yeah, let's just switch back to a tree branch for now. Although we're about to not need that anymore. If we're patient here, we'll make it to the top without running out of stamina. We are definitely going to avoid that guy. Just keep on running. If he chases after you, just keep on running. Dodge him as necessary. Don't let him catch you. Do make sure to heal. Again, try to stick to the exposed rock areas so that you can run at full speed the whole way, and we get to about here-ish. Climb the rest of the way, I believe. There we go. Get an amber out of that, Sometimes it's a flint, sometimes it's an opal, but this time it's an amber, looks like. Okay, and then out of necessity, we'll go ahead and put this on, even though the shirt is better. We'll heal up here, and then we're going to turn around before we head to the shrine, actually. We carefully descend here, and go back here. Do some shield surfing. Shield surfing on snow, sand, or a path. In this game, that is a path that's marked on your map will not consume durability on your shield while shield surfing. We're gonna go ahead and get our first few Korok seeds before we get the last shrine, because this is honestly the best opportunity to get these. Here's your rock back. Otherwise, it's a bit out of our way to get these. Here on my channel, we have a bit of a tradition. We always give the Koroks their rock back if they're hiding under a rock. It's very important. Here's your rock back. So, let's see if I can get this one to work for me. So, if you're really careful, you can actually just throw this one into position. Like that. There we go. Nice. Actually got the throw. I am pleased. I am pleased with that. I mean, obviously, if you miss, just go over, pick it up, and put it in the right place, but it's always nice to be able to get that throw. These keys are annoying. We have a tree branch for them. Drop an eyeball? No, just key swings. Okay. Yeah, don't bother with the boys down here. Run up here and avoid fighting them. Like, this is what I mean. Like, they made all the enemies tougher and stronger, but it doesn't matter because we can just avoid any unnecessary fights. So master mode really isn't any more difficult than normal mode. It really isn't. In fact, it's easier because of the additional equipment and things that we'll be picking up a little later. So, Cryonis. The last of our abilities. Fairly straightforward spell. Kinda wish we had, like, magic spells in this game. like Ocarina, like Din's Fire and such. Like, we have the Travel Medallion, and I guess that's the equivalent of Feor's Wind. Let's get rid of this guy right now. Just rush this guy down as fast as you can. That's really the best way to deal with it. We got a shaft. That's very nice. Having at least one shaft for duplication later will be very, very, very helpful. But yeah, like, I guess we have, like, the Travel Medallion. It's kind of like the equivalent of Feor's Wind, but I wish we had, like, instead of a stamina meter, because that's honestly just unnecessary. And honestly, it's one of my biggest complaints about the game, is that they really just should have done away with the stamina wheel altogether. Instead, give us a magic meter again. Like, the elemental arrows with, like, the runic arrows, you know, that's nice and all, but, like, I want some Din's Fire, you know? Or, like, some Nehru's Love for, like, boss fights or something. You know, those things that are totally really hard in this game. Totally. I just think it would be neat. Or honestly, if anybody's familiar with the Ocarina of Time beta, they used to have some crazy magic spells. Those would be nice to have, just for fun. Or maybe some Lens of Truth stuff. You know, some invisible platforms, and then you have to use, like, lens to see them. Like, honestly, those all sound like fantastic ideas to me. Things that they could have / should have done in this game. Maybe they'll happen in Tears of the Kingdom. We'll see. Anyway, so coming up is going to be our first demonstration of how broken bombs are. So, here's what we do. This is a surprisingly simple trick, actually. So pull out a bomb, put it in front of you. Now, hold your shield out. Then, press ZR and A quickly, one after another, to pull out your bow, and then pick up the bomb like this. That's not supposed to happen. Now, the trickiest part of this is honestly the next step. So we're going to press X, B, and plus in quick succession. Very quick succession, like 1 or 2 frames after each other. So we're going to jump, and then press B to try and put away our bow, and then press menu before we finish putting away our bow. Like that. If the bomb is about at Link's waist right there, like it is, this should work. Then this should work. We're gonna remove our shield, and we should end up like this. If the bomb is lower than Link's waist, like if it's kind of behind him, that's too late, and you'll need to exit out of your menu and try again. So now when we're like this, we're going to go ahead and draw our bow. Just draw it, then press B to get out of that. Okay, so now here comes the tricky part. Well, actually, no, that was the tricky part. This is the easy part. I guess this part can be tricky too. So we need, We need a tiny little ledge like this that all the towers have to give us a step-up animation. Just any ledge will do, but the towers are convenient. We're going to run forward and hold B. And it's very important that if you hold B and then try to move forward, you actually can't move. So you need to run forward first, or hold a direction and then hold B. And then get the step-up animation. So, once we're in the air like this, it's very important that we do not let the stick go neutral. You must always be holding a direction. I'm going to turn Link towards the camera. I'm holding down B continuously. Okay, so once we're right about here, this fall will not kill us. It will hurt, but it will not kill us. It will also make us let go of the bomb. I'm going to detonate it. Once at a safe distance, of course. But yeah, so while in the air, again, you absolutely must be holding down B. So I recommend your right hand in a claw shape on the controller to hold down B with your index finger so your thumb can still control the camera. And then you must be holding down B and a direction at all times. You cannot let the stick go neutral. Then you point yourself towards the camera and then just kind of wiggle back and forth. Just constantly go, press left and right. And then that will enable you to build up speed in any direction that you're facing against. And then you can just soar across Hyrule that way. And it's kind of fantastic. So, honestly, you could go Heart Container for more safety, especially with Wind Bombs coming up, or you can go Stamina Vessel for, honestly, just more stamina. Kind of makes things more convenient. I'm gonna go with Stamina. Stamina first. Honestly, either way is fine in the early game. But stamina is just so useful.
Oh!
So, coming up, we have a very, very lengthy cutscene. As I said at the beginning of the recording, I am going to let all of the cutscenes play, all of the voice-acted cutscenes. I'm going to let them all play. I'm going to use this as an opportunity during the stream to go ahead and run some ads. I'm also going to put back on a shield. Always a good habit to get into. Yeah, I'm going to use this opportunity to go ahead and run some ads while this cutscene is playing. Obviously, those of you watching this on YouTube will not notice. But anyway, yeah, I'll see you guys in just a minute.
Well done there, young one. Now then, the time has come to show you who I truly am. I was King Rome Bosphoramus Hyrule. I was the last leader of Hyrule, a kingdom which no longer exists. The Great Calamity was merciless. It devastated everything in its path, a century ago. It was then that my life was taken away from me. And since that time, here I have remained in spirit form. I did not think it wise to overwhelm you while your memory was still fragile. So rather than that, I thought it best to assume a temporary form. Forgive me. I think you are now ready. Ready to hear what happened 100 years ago. To know Calamity Ganon's true form, one must know the story from an age long past. The Demon King was born into this kingdom, but his transformation into malice created the horror you see now. Stories of Ganon were passed from generation to generation in the form of legends and fairy tales. But there was also a prophecy. The signs of a resurrection of Calamity Ganon are clear, and the power to oppose it lies dormant beneath the ground. We decided to heed the prophecy and began excavating large areas of land. It wasn't long before we discovered several ancient relics made by the hands of our distant ancestors. These relics, the divine beasts, were giant machines piloted by warriors. We also found the Guardians, an army of mechanical soldiers who fought autonomously. This coincided with ancient legends, oft repeated throughout our land. We also learned of a princess with a sacred power, and her appointed knight, chosen by the sword that seals the darkness. It was they who sealed Ganon away using the power of these ancient relics. 100 years ago, there was a princess set to inherit a sacred power and a skilled knight at her side. It was clear that we must follow our ancestors' path. We selected 4 skilled individuals from across Hyrule and tasked them with the duty of piloting the divine beasts. With the princess as their commander, we dubbed these pilots champions, a name that would solidify their unique bond. The princess, her appointed knight, and the rest of the champions were on the brink of sealing away Ganon. But nay. Ganon was cunning, and he responded with a plan beyond our imagining. He appeared from deep below Hyrule Castle, seized control of the Guardians and the Divine Beasts, and turned them against us. The champions lost their lives, those residing in the castle as well. The appointed knight, gravely wounded, collapsed while defending the princess. And thus, the kingdom of Hyrule was devastated absolutely by Calamity Ganon. However, the princess survived to face Ganon alone.
Link, you are our final hope. The fate of Hyrule rests with you.
That princess was my own daughter, my dear Zelda. And the courageous knight who protected her right up to the very end. That knight was none other than you, Link. You fought valiantly when your fate took an unfortunate turn. And then, you were taken to the Shrine of Resurrection. Here you now stand, revitalized 100 years later. The words of guidance you have been hearing since your awakening are from Princess Zelda herself. Even now, As she works to restrain Ganon from within Hyrule Castle, she calls out for your help. However, my daughter's power will soon be exhausted. Once that happens, Ganon will freely regenerate himself, and nothing will stop him from consuming our land. Considering that I could not save my own kingdom, I have no right to ask this of you, Link. But I am powerless here. You must save her, my daughter, and do whatever it takes to annihilate Ganon. Somehow, Ganon has maintained control over all 4 divine beasts, as well as those guardians swarming around Hyrule Castle. I believe it would be quite reckless for you to head directly to the castle at this point. I suggest that you make your way east out to one of the villages in the wilderness. Follow the road out to Kakariko Village. There you will find the Elder Impa. She will tell you more about the path that lies ahead. Consult the map on your Sheikah slate for the precise location of Kakariko Village. Make your way past the twin summits of the dueling peaks. From there, follow the road as it proceeds north.
And we'll do that eventually. But first, let's go in the opposite direction. After we stock up a bit. So, as promised, very shortly, I will be playing some of my own music in the background. Having extra stamina here as we climb up to this Korok seed is very helpful. Just barely made that. But we're able to jump up here faster as a result of having more stamina. And then we're gonna jump down here to this Korok seed that we walked past earlier. There we go. And now I like to do the Korok seeds and things here on the Great Plateau in a very specific order. Oh, fish, come back. No. Oh, got him. Good. Okay. And there's definitely a good reason for this order. Which we'll get to in a moment, but for now, there's a Korok seed that we walked past earlier that I'm now going to get. And the reason why I walked past it... Oop. Look out below. I'm sure that won't hurt anybody. Yeah, the reason I walked past this is because there's another Korok seed right down below us that I'm going to go ahead and get. But it's, there's your rock back. It's here on the ground in Hyrule Kingdom proper. So we can't get to this the first time around when we're going by the bomb shrine. Here's your rock back. But the reason that it's convenient to do it in this order is because now that we've touched the ground outside the Great Plateau and we've entered the Kingdom of Hyrule proper, now there's a Korok seed that will spawn back here in the Shrine of Resurrection. So, since gathering Koroks and going around and preparing to properly leave the Great Plateau is more fun with actual background music that this game doesn't have, I'm going to go ahead and start playing my own background music because, in case you haven't noticed, for some reason they decided to present this awesome the awesome soundtrack of this game very poorly, as there's no music playing in here or out in the woods. It's just behold. Well, side quests, but oh, did you hear those notes right there? That is the overworld piano theme, and it is all you will hear while you're out exploring the overworld. And that's why we play our own music. Like so. Now, I wish I could turn down this game's soundtrack separately from its sound effects, but unfortunately, they did not have the foresight to include that feature. So I will be occasionally going back and forth between, like, pausing like my soundtrack and listening to the game music. Oh, whoa. Don't be sliding now. There we go. Just gonna take out this talus here. This is actually a very important thing to do. Mainly for the money that it's worth later. Yeah, that's our first stop, is to jump off the edge up there, and once we get the Korok seed, just jump off the edge and take out this talus. Then we're gonna collect some more resources over here and turn our music back on. But yeah, I'm gonna have to shuffle back and forth. And I definitely have to shuffle back and forth between my own background music and this game's soundtrack. Gonna get a little bit of wood here, just in case. You never know. But yeah, I wish the developers had had the foresight to allow us to turn down this game's music separately from the sound effects. That way I could kind of have the best of both worlds. Like, I love this game's soundtrack, it's just that it hardly ever plays. There's your rock back. It's just a very strange decision, presentation-wise, in my opinion. Don't know why they decided to be like, you know, let's have, like, no overworld theme, or one that barely ever plays. That'll, that seems great. Meanwhile, Pokemon Scarlet and Violet did it correctly, where they have an overworld theme, and it changes slightly depending on what area you're in. That's, like, perfect. But yeah, Breath of the Wild just has nothing. It just has a couple of notes on the piano, and then silence. Just crickets in the background, and quite literally. Or cicadas or whatever. You should rock back. Just like, that's just such a strange decision to have no overworld music. Especially when the rest of the soundtrack is so awesome like it is. So yeah, when we enter a town or something, I'll be turning off, my background music. Like when we enter a town, or fighting a Talus, obviously, or, basically anywhere where this game's soundtrack actually plays, I'll turn off my own background music and let the game's music play. But whenever we're just hunting down Koroks and stuff, yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and have my own stuff playing to make the silence bearable. And personally, I like this track. This track brings back memories of Torvos Bog. And all the fun there is to be had in Metroid Prime 2. Excellent game if you guys have never played. I am very much looking forward to Metroid Prime 4 when it comes out later this year, supposedly. So sometimes there are fish in this pond below this Korok seed. Not always, but sometimes. And if there are, then it's smart to go ahead and grab them. Especially these Staminoka bass are especially nice to have. Those chews jumped into the water to try and get us, and discovered that they are not, in fact, waterproof. So we're gonna go over here to the Gatepost Town ruins. There are two people in trouble on the other side of this wall. We can help them, or we can ignore them. If you help them, they will give you a reward. But honestly, most of the time that reward is not especially useful. Sometimes it can be, but most of the time it's not useful. So I'm just going to get the map location and just run past them. It's not that important that we help them because, I mean, they'll just get into trouble again. That same pair is actually found in several places across Hyrule, and they're actually in trouble in several different locations. So we're just gonna skip past them. We'll see them again. And here is one of the most important things in the game. The most important items in the game. Majora's Mask. Useful for confusing enemies and causing them to stare at you rather harmlessly. Not all enemies, but most enemies. There's your rock back. And also exceptionally useful for ruining cutscenes. It's one of my favorite items by far. Just gonna blind jump off that cliff. Definitely not risking breaking our neck in the water, getting that Korok seed. And we're gonna make our way across to yet another talus. This one is a bit bigger and a bit stronger and a bit more dangerous. There's a very precise procedure for fighting this talus that we're going to want to observe. We're gonna try to stand on top of it here, and if you're careful, you can actually stay on top. So 1, 2, 1, 2. And now we're actually gonna wanna get off. Yeah, when he starts shivering like that, he's about to try and throw you off. Make sure you respect that, or you will be tossed into the water. And it will not be pleasant, because getting back onto this little island is challenging. Because he'll be throwing his little rock arms at you. And it will constantly hit stun you and push you back into the water, and it's just a ugly experience. So definitely make sure you respect the talus. And if you do, then all should be well. And you'll be rewarded with a lot of gemstones. That wasn't the best haul that we could have gotten, to be honest, but it's still worth it. Just for the early game money that we'll get out of it. And so now from here, we're gonna go over here and do some things. Okay, so with the talus fight out of the way, let me switch back to this, actually. Again, all of this is just preparation. Let's get a new song. Yeah. This is all just preparation for leaving the Great Plateau. We want to get all the Korok seeds that are on the Great Plateau so we don't have to get them later. Oh. There we go. Or at least most of them. All the ones we're gonna get. Just gonna grab that Korok seed back there. It's an easy Korok seed to grab, even though it is a little bit out of our way. But yeah, basically, before we actually leave the Great Plateau, I kind of want to, like, gather up all the Korok seeds, or at least all but one, And I'll explain why all but one in a bit, but we're gonna get all but one of them. And we're going to make sure that we are well prepared in terms of like food and other things. Food and equipment. Aim at the base of the ice cube. You'll be able to crack this in only 2 fire arrows. Actually, I'm going to switch away from this now that I think about it. It's coming up. Is this. So earlier I was talking about Master Mode having more resources available, and this is a great example of that very thing. Stealth strikes are useful whenever you get the opportunity. And we definitely want to kill these guys, because they might drop ice arrows. Very helpful if they do. Aww. Very good, very good. That one caught on to me, but ice arrows? Ice arrows, yay. Very good. Ugh. That Korok seed can be a little tricky to get, but it's not too bad. Like, the main thing is you really have to throw, like, right on the edge as you're slipping down in order to kind of get that throw. But if you start running out of stones, just save and reset, and the stones will be back just in case you can't quite get it. Anyway, so yeah, the goal before we leave the Great Plateau is to have plenty of stamina items cooked. Plenty of health items cooked for our use as we go through Hyrule. And of course, we want to raid the Great Plateau for all the treasure and Korok seeds that it has. We want to have plenty of like gemstones to sell for early game money. Actually, we could make that, yeah. This water right here with the white mist above it, this is freezing water. Make sure if you fall into it to warp away immediately, because it will kill you very, very, very fast. Like, no joke. Also, did I? Oh, no, okay. Never mind. I'm gonna switch to regular arrows here. I'm gonna drop right here. Oh, okay. Got an even better bow. I'll take that. So yeah, that's it's very important that if you fall into this water right here, that you leave immediately. We never get protection against like freezing water like this, and it does a ton of damage. Like, actually. It does an enormous amount of damage. very quickly. Like, it's like a full heart per second. And we only have 3 hearts, so it's very, very dangerous. If you fall into the water, the freezing water, just leave immediately. That bokoblin we just killed is one of 3 that might drop shock arrows for us, which is going to be very important later. For easy menu overloading, this Korok seed can be tricky, but it's not too terrible. Get out of here. If you just know where to put the Cryonis block over there, you can move the log and then just collect that Korok seed fairly easily. I'm gonna run past these guys. I killed the ice keys because it might have frozen us, and that sucks. Now I'm just gonna run past all these enemies here. Again, we're going to stick to the wall, or sorry, we're going to stick to the rocks as much as we can so we're not slowed down while running. There's a small cache of supplies over here that we're just going to raid real quick before we move on. We're just about ready to leave the Great Plateau. We have almost everything we need. Almost everything of importance. Oh. Let's go ahead and ditch some things we don't need. We don't need this. Honestly, we don't need that anymore. I think that will do. Although, okay. We have room for bows, but we'll ditch the ones. Ditch the ones we don't need later. For now, just getting rid of some weapons we don't need. This game showers us with weapons. And we will frequently find ourselves throwing away things that we just don't need. Even though they have full durability, they're just weak weapons and we didn't get a chance to use them, so we'll be throwing them out for better things constantly. So, now... these guys are all conveniently asleep because of what time it is. I meant to snipe that guy from midair. But I accidentally fell too far. Thankfully, Majora's Mask is very useful. He just stared at me like, what? And then got shot. Even as I pointed a bow at him, he was just like, huh? I'm gonna go ahead and drop these now, because we don't need them. So if we're careful, we can sneak up on these guys and just stealth strike them, and that will be convenient. I mean, if not, we can just fight them normally. It's not that big a deal. Anyway, the main reason for raiding this camp I'm actually going to drop this because we've used it a bunch. Main reason for raiding this camp is this right here. Okay, somehow managed to kill the bees without dropping the hive. That's okay. Just grab that. Yeah, there's a ton of stamina items there just waiting to be cooked. So, definitely gonna grab that. Then we're gonna come up here. Grab a whole bunch of other stamina shrooms, especially that are around here. There's honestly just so much to be had right around this cabin here. So if you didn't get any fish in your pond by the one Korok seed, the archery Korok seed from earlier, don't worry about it. There should still be plenty. Yeah, you should still have plenty of stamina after grabbing all these. Beehives and stamina shrooms, should still have plenty. Just gonna blow those guys up and leave. Just kind of hit and run for their honey. There's just so many staminella shrooms around here. You should be fine for stamina even if you didn't get any fish like I did. Make sure to grab the Korok seed up there. No, 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 not the diary. The spicy peppers. And now we're gonna light a fire and get to cooking. Each of these fish is worth a full stamina wheel, so it's actually fairly nice that we got 3 of these. Oop, don't want to cook too many. We don't have 2 wheels of stamina, so it would be pointless to cook that many at once. And now to do a lot of cooking. Like, a lot of cooking. I'm gonna go ahead and run some ads for my Twitch viewers. While I'm doing this. And those of you who are watching this on YouTube, you may wish to skip ahead about, I don't know, 2 minutes. I'll see you guys in a bit. Okay. So basically, I cooked everything except fish and the honey in groups of 3. So like 3 mushrooms, 3 staminella shrooms. I've got 1 left. I'm gonna do this. Actually got a lucky cook there. Got a little extra. The fish I cooked 1 at a time because they're worth enough based on how much health we have. Not gonna cook any of the apples or the greens. We don't really need it. As you can see, we are well stocked up. Yeah, just like 3 spicy peppers at a time. Plenty of health, given how much our maximum HP is, and plenty of stamina. This is the most important part. Stamina. Like, is very, very, very important in the early game. So... okay, so if it were like midnight or something, I would definitely camp here till morning. I guess I can just do it anyway. I'm gonna camp here till morning before we actually leave the Great Plateau. That way we won't encounter any nighttime enemies where we're going, and now it's finally time to get out of here. We've done pretty much everything of importance on the Great Plateau. There is 1 other Korok seed over here-ish, but it's way far out of our way to get, so we're just gonna skip it. We've gotten all but that Korok seed. We've gotten pretty much all the treasure that's up here. Yeah, we'll never have to come back to the Great Plateau except for using the tower for that technique I showed you guys earlier. That technique is called the BLSS, by the way. Some people call it Bless. I call it Bliss. Whichever value you want to insert. But yeah, other than using the tower for the Bliss technique, we're basically not gonna have to come back to the Great Plateau until the Champions Ballad. We are done with everything that is here to do. So, next up is a technique called wind bombing. This technique is, in my opinion, a little bit inconsistent because there's a lot of factors that go into it. But here's basically what we're hoping to do. We're going to use the sphere bomb we're going to explode the sphere bomb to push the square bomb into us and send Link flying super fast. Here's how we do it. We're going to point ourselves preferably in a cardinal direction or close to one. Like, as you can see from my map down there, north is almost directly opposite where I'm facing, so that's convenient. We're gonna hold our shield out, we're gonna jump while holding forward, and we're gonna lay a sphere bomb behind us. And then we're going to quickly hit the quick menu after doing so. So we're going to jump while holding forward, lay the sphere bomb, and I almost forgot a step. Press ZR, press and hold ZR to pull out your bow. So all this is happening in quick succession. Jump, lay the bomb, ZR to pull out your bow and enter bullet time. That is important. You have to be jumping off of a ledge that will give you bullet time. And then quickly press the quick menu to pause. So I know that's a lot in quick succession, but it takes about 10 minutes of practice to get this. Then we're going to switch to the square bomb and lay it immediately. Then switch back to sphere bomb. And there we go. We just detonate it and we get sent flying because the square bomb hits us. And pushes us forward. So that may have seemed very complex, But again, it actually doesn't take that long to really learn. Just make sure you're off of a ledge with enough height. Jump forward, lay the bomb, and go into bullet time. So that's XLZR, and then quickly hit plus on the D-pad. Like that motion right there will probably take you the longest to learn, and it takes like a couple of minutes. And then in theory, if you've done everything correctly, you just lay the square bomb, switch back to sphere bomb, detonate, and you get pushed. It does cost health to do that, and the reason I find it somewhat inconsistent, on the overworld at least, is because there are various factors that can stop you. Like lag can stop you. Like it can actually cancel out your wind bomb. Also sometimes, depending on the timing with which you release the sphere bomb and square bomb, it can change the angle of your wind bomb to give you either more height or more distance. And I find controlling that to be very difficult. Like getting a wind bomb off is easy. Controlling it is the hard part. And sometimes it just won't work at all. Period. Some people are really good at wind bombs, and if you're good at wind bombs, then more power to you, but I find it inconsistent in the overworld at least. You will find me using it in shrines a lot, because usually for shrines, there's less possibility of it like lagging out and causing failure. Can I switch arrows in this state to a regular? I can. Nice. So yeah, you'll find me using it in shrines a lot because there's less to cause lag to cause it to fail, and then I can just use one wind bomb to clear a shrine. So yeah, I'm definitely gonna take advantage of that. But usually on the overworld, you'll only see me using it sparingly, even though it would be faster if I was a master at wind bombs. It would definitely be faster for me to use them. However, this technique is way more consistent. Ugh. It's a little tricky leaving from there, but anyway, so the reason I did that wind bomb was to get over to that spot. And now from here, we're gonna use the bliss technique again. To zip across the landscape over here. Hey, Avalon, how's it going? Once on the other side, we're gonna want to get rid of this guy. Just get out of here. You made another music suggestion, huh? Okay. I'll have a look at it next time we go to break. So, the reason we want to use the bliss technique to get over here is for these fairies. Very, very important. There's two of them. There's one next to this rock and one over next to that rock. We need at least one of them. Just in case. Like, we don't have to get either of them technically, but... Oh, that one got scared away. Apparently we made a noise. Oh well. But yeah, we definitely want to at least have one. Of those fairies. One hit on that boulder will be enough to get the Korok seed here. just one. Yeah, so we came over here for 2 reasons. We want to get these Korok seeds and at least 1 fairy. Trin grabbing Wanda and Cosmo. Oh, what show is that a reference to? Avalon, what show is that? I've forgotten. Yeah, stay away from these Lizalfos. Just stay away from them. Their electricity can, in fact, zap you and cause you to lose the fairy you just got. Fairly Odd Parents. Yeah, okay. I forgot the name of that show. I never really watched it. Only saw bits of it. Just clips here and there. So now the other important reason, or the third important reason, I should say, that we came over here is because we want to get the Wasteland Tower. So we're just gonna whistle run our way up here. But anyway, yeah, how you doing, Avalon? You having a good Saturday? I hope you're enjoying yourself. I'm actually making progress on this playthrough this time. Actually doing pretty good so far. Finally able to sleep more than 3 hours for once. Wow, yeah. I hear you, man. That's normally how I am, but I've been on vacation this week, so actually I've had plenty of sleep. So, a quick way to ascend the Wasteland Tower is going to be to get this metal block right here. We're going to make sure you have a 2-handed weapon. I'm going to go ahead and actually switch to this iron sledgehammer, just in case this one breaks. We're gonna stand right up next to the block and then face away from it. Ooh. And then we're going to stasis it and start spinning, start doing charge attack. This way we get the maximum number of hits. We're gonna cancel just before we run out of stamina. Use an arrow to point the direction of the charge release up, and then jump on the block before stasis ends. And then it will push us up like so. Easy Wasteland Tower. So the advantage in doing this should be obvious. The Wasteland Tower is very, very tall. And we can now use the Bliss technique, where we grab the bomb and push ourselves across the sky and just kind of fly. We can use that technique now to just kind of glide to anything below this tower's height. It's very, very useful. However, there is one tower in the game that is even taller than this. That's the Akala Tower, and we're going to go all the way across the map with the Bliss technique to get the Akala Tower in just a minute. But first, there are some goods we need to pick up. So why so little sleep, Avalon? let's see here. So we have only one fairy. That's... Oh, well. That's... should be fine. The fairies are only just in case anything goes wrong anyway, which hopefully nothing will. Ah, yes. We need a shield. That's what I was doing. Let's go ahead and put on our better shield. Oh, see, that was too late. Bomb was below Link's waist. So shield out, ZR and A, X, B, and plus in quick succession. That was too late. Come on. There we go. It's almost a simultaneous press. Almost simultaneous, but not quite. There we go. And then off we go. Towers are very, very, very convenient places to use this trick. Again, make sure you are holding down B and holding a direction. It doesn't matter what direction, but it has to be a direction. Cannot let the stick go neutral. We're gonna fly over here and just kind of casually collect this other tower. Just gonna collect this other tower over here. Good timing on the music, too. Wouldn't want to play anything over this fantastic track here. Cass's playing is lovely. Like, seriously, Cass's theme is awesome. I have the Smash Brothers remix in here somewhere for background music. They are pointy. Yep, Link's ears are pointy. He is Hylian. Oh. Pretty sure they always are. He is Vulcan. I mean, Hylian. Just gonna quickly get across this gap. Alright. Put on a shield. And now... either of these will do. We're gonna have to sacrifice one of these. We're just gonna use that momentum to push aside all these boulders and let us into this little secret cave here, wherein we will find quite the cache of weapons. Drop this. Let's see, there's 3 weapons for us to pick up here. And this spear, yeah, it's pretty weak. Drop that, equip this. We want to keep the torch on us. And we definitely want that golden bow. That is the primary reason we came to this cave. All these other weapons and stuff is actually just a bonus. And the rupees. The rupees are very nice too. But yeah, so later on, we're going to need a golden bow for dragon farming. And this just happens to be a convenient golden bow to grab on our way to grab a bunch of duplex bows for menu overloading. So, that is the main reason we went into that cave, and now we're gonna come down here and get the shrine before we hunt down some Yiga. To collect their bows. So why do you ask about Link's ears? Go. Just curious if half-elf supremacy has extended this far in Hylia's future. Well, apparently they are still indeed Hylians and humans. I'm gonna go ahead and switch shields. And then we're gonna wind bomb over this gate here. There we go. Ugh. That honestly looks like it should do more damage to us than it does. But it doesn't. For whatever reason. Apparently we get a little bit of invincibility after getting pushed by the square bomb during a wind bomb. So now, we're gonna go collect some duplex bows from the Yiga, and the reason we're gonna do that is because we need multi-shot bows for menu overloading. And we need a certain number of multi-shot bows. So I'm gonna switch to bomb arrows here. First Yiga is gonna appear right over here next to this rock. Just gonna blow him up real quick. We're gonna smile at all these interesting flavor texts. This red luster tickles your heartstrings. Such weird flavor text. I wonder who wrote those. We're gonna come over here and there's gonna be 3 more Yiga. I'm gonna blow them up real quick. Easy. No need to even pause my background music. Violet glow fills your heart with generosity. Is that what it does? Figure out how to harness that. Okay, we're gonna drop those bows. They have served us well, or at least one of them has. But we need as many of these duplex bows as we can get. So we have 4 of those. Go back to regular arrows and a regular bow here, and now it's time to move on. We also got some mighty bananas from that, so that's actually kind of potentially helpful. At least later on it will be. Now, please enjoy this nice and peaceful and quiet background music. While we're in flight to the Akala Tower. Thank you again so much for boarding Link Airlines. Please make sure your seats are in an upright position and your seat belts are fastened. As we take off for Akala Tower. There may be turbulence and a constant rocking back and forth. Pay it no mind. This is perfectly safe. Anyway, this is probably the longest use of the bliss technique that I'll be using in this run. This does kind of actually hurt my finger a bit to do because of how long I'm doing this, but it's well worth it. Like, this is the longest trick that I do in the entire run. It's not hard to do, it's just long. We kind of want to stare up a little bit. The main reason for that is we don't want the game to lag too much. It's going to lag a little bit anyway, because we're moving so fast and covering so much ground so quickly, like it's somewhat unavoidable that it's going to lag some. There's really just no way it won't. You may notice sometimes that I'm going back and forth and sort of pointing the camera a little bit to the side of where I actually want to end up. That's because of my position, the position of my hand on my controller. I am using a Pro controller, by the way. Because doing this with Joy-Cons would probably be even more painful without the hand grips. And for a second there, get to see low poly mode here. Also, not all the polygons have loaded in either. Yeah, there we are. There's still some things yet to load in. We're actually still not done loading because there should be a Korok seed here. Yeah, there it is. There's your rock back. Okay, so there are some metal crates around here that I could use to ascend the Akala Tower the same way that I did the Wasteland Tower, but it's a little bit tighter to do it. So I'm going to use a different technique to get up. This one also isn't very hard. I'll show you where the metal crates are in a bit, but for now, make sure you put back on a shield, switch to the golden bow, or any single shot bow, Don't use the duplex bow for this. Go to ice arrows. And then with Majora's Mask on, we're gonna go over here and say hello to a little friend. If nighttime enemies spawn, which I don't believe they'll spawn right here, then we might have to get creative about this, but or camp or something. But anyway, so we're gonna drag him over here, and then we're gonna freeze him with an ice arrow. We're gonna target him, pull out our shield, and then we're going to jump and shield surf onto him. But before we hit him, we're gonna pull out our bow. Uh-oh, whoops. Oh, that did not go correctly. Okay, so that didn't quite work the way I wanted to. We'll just do it again. But we're going to shield surf onto him, pull out our bow, and then as soon as we hit him, we're going to cancel out a bullet time by pressing B, and we're just going to tap B rapidly over and over. Come here. Hi. Remember what I just did to you? Let's do it again. This time, let's do it better. And by tapping B rapidly, it will cause us to exit bullet time. And it will send us shooting high into the sky. If we tap B once, it'll actually... Yeah, if we tap B only once... There we go, there we go. That's what I want to see. Ugh. If we tap B only once, we'll actually go flying off in a direction. Like, we'll go flying off very quickly in a direction based on the angle at which we hit him. But if we put our bow away completely, we just get shot straight up into the air, and that's called a bullet time bounce. And it is very good for gaining lots and lots of height. It's very difficult. It can be used for gaining a ton of horizontal distance too, but it's honestly more difficult to control. So for now, we're just gonna use it to get the Akala Tower here. Okay, so now that we have Akala Tower is the highest tower in the game. Now I'm going to quickly remember to turn off the Sheikah sensor. Akala Tower is the highest tower in the game, and we can now use this to glide down onto anything lower than its height, which is most things, to be honest. Before we do any of that, though, we're going to grab some Korok seeds. Some easy Korok seeds to grab around here. There's your rock back. Awesome background music playing right now. These are the metal crates that you can use as a backup to get up this tower. There's your rock back, in case you don't want to do the bullet time bounce. You can just use those the same way as I did at the Wasteland Tower to just get up there, or get close to it. It might not get you all the way up, but it'll get you close. I mean, as you saw, the bullet time bounce doesn't always go perfectly for me either. It should rock back. Try to carefully avoid that, if at all possible. You really don't want to deal with that. Skywatcher there. Grab the Korok seed here, and we're going to run away. Drop these, we don't really need them. We're going to switch off of our golden bow because we want to avoid using the durability on this as much as possible. Go back to regular arrows. Organize that just because I can. I'll probably go to this. There we go. Grab that shield. This is nice for where we're at. And then we're going to drop down here and just get the map location, the Akala Parade Ground ruins. That does count towards percentage. And then we're going to warp back to the top of Akala Tower. And now finally, we are going to actually go where King Rome told us to go. So one of the awesome parts about getting Akala Tower is that one of the places below Akala Tower's height that we can access with the Bliss technique, once I get oriented, that is the Dueling Peaks. I remember on my first playthrough climbing up the Dueling Peaks to get the shrine and stuff on top. Oh. Come on. Yeah, this is a little awkward. Sometimes the Bliss technique will just pop you up and send you in some random direction. You know, you'll have to readjust yourself. So it's a little tricky. Also, I accidentally let go of the button there. My mistake. That was a very awkward one there. But yeah, so I remember having to climb up the Dueling Peaks to get the shrines at the top. And now we can drop down on top of them. Because Akala Tower is higher than them. So let's try that again. See if I can get a slightly better angle this time around. There we go. Much, much better this time around. Now, if I can just not drop it, that would be good. Go back and forth rapidly. There will be lag stops inevitably like that, where the game is trying to catch up to us. There's a lot more to do at Akala Tower. We'll do it all in pieces over time, eventually. Eventually we'll get it all done, but for now, let's just get to the Dueling Peaks. Again, I'm not quite pointed directly at my target because of the position that my hand is on my Pro Controller here. It's like I'm not wiggling completely left you know, left to right, it's slightly off. Like almost northwest and southeast or something like that. Instead of directly east and west on the control stick there. That's just because, like, the grip kind of pushes my thumb just slightly off. Ugh. Well, okay then. We're gonna go ahead and grab this Korok seed, assuming, of course, the apple will go in there. There we go. Hey, don't let one of my cousins fall off the cliff. Yes, Avalon Apple, I will make sure to not waste a single apple. They're actually very important for later. Okay. So, now for some more wind bombing in shrines. Having a fairy is very good just in case anything goes wrong. This is why we want that insurance. Even though everything should be fine, you never know. Sometimes weird things can happen with wind bombs. They are, after all, somewhat inconsistent. Anyway, we're gonna jump up on this tiny little pillar here and do our wind bomb. Oof, and that's one of the things that can happen if it doesn't work. We want to keep our health up as well. Just want to climb up on this thing. It's a little bit tricky to get up on it, but Link's foot going a little crazy there. Just doing this to line myself up, and then, yeah, make sure, if you fail an attempt, make sure you detonate the square bomb. Otherwise, things might not go well. Ugh, there we go. Not too bad, made it on the second attempt. I was about to heal, that's why I was going through my menus, but I have to remind myself, just let the monk do it. Every time we open a shrine, we get healed up. Ooh, also, here's some nice music from Skyward Sword. Okay. Just a few more things to deal with here on the mountain. We'll slowly make our way towards Kakariko in the next few minutes. As you rock back, we're just gonna grab all these Korok seeds. On the way. ourselves carefully. Try to position ourselves right. That can honestly be a bit of a challenge in and of itself. There we go. Ugh. Just made it over the gate. So it is possible to get the wind bomb and still fail to get over the gate there. Again, the timing with which you... Yeah, the timing and positioning with which you drop the first and second bombs will determine whether or not you get more vertical height or horizontal distance, so it can be a little tricky to control. Again, lots of people have mastered it and say that it's super easy and that I'm, saying it's difficult when it's not really. If you're one of those people who can get it to work for you consistently, more power to you. I find it to be somewhat inconsistent to either control or get to work, depending on the situation. But it is still extremely convenient and it's easy to get it to happen, so for certain select uses, wind bombing is still a perfectly good tool to use. Wonder how many Koroks have had a concussion because of the rocks Trin's dropped on them over the years. Well, here's your rock back. They're the ones that hid under there in the first place. I'm gonna try another wind bomb here. I hope it works. Oh, it did not work. That is a great example of the inconsistencies I was talking about. Thankfully, it's not really going to hurt us that much. Yeah, that wind bomb is convenient if it works, but not really a big problem if it doesn't. As you can see, we can still reach this tower fairly easily. Now to glide again. Ugh, changing directions. Sometimes a little awkward, but just gonna go back this way real quick to grab this shrine. This one is a little tricky, the setup for this one. So I could wind bomb from like the ledge. Or like from this pillar over here, but trust me, the place to do it is right here. There's a lot of places you could do it from, but you definitely want to do it from right here. So right in the center of my crosshairs, there's like a little gate, there's like a little railing right there. I have hit that before. You don't want to hit that, but you also don't want to hit that pillar right there either. So you want to aim kind of in between the two of them. That's how I like to do this anyway. There we go. Perfect. Very nice. So before we leave though, it is important that we get the treasure in here. In this shrine, it's actually very important we get this. There's a couple ways I could get it. I'm just going to get it this way. It's the simplest and safest way. And now we can leave. Perfect. If your attempts at this shrine don't go as smoothly, don't worry about it. Honestly, it's not like the puzzles in here are difficult to solve anyway. It's just a little bit of Sheikah golf. But if you can get that wind bomb to work for you, it's nice. We're gonna go back to the top. Back to She Veneer. There's one more Korok seed to grab. And then it's off to Hateno Tower. Not because we're headed to Hateno, but because we'll need to get there later. Going to shove this down the hill. Kind of follow it down because we need to be where it's going to end up. There we go. And I'm sure that boulder won't land on anyone or hurt anybody. I'm sure it'll be just fine. Nobody will whoa. Nobody's going to die from that falling boulder there. That goat is trying to push me off the edge. It's a very unhappy goat. So anywhere that gives you the step-up animation will give you the bliss technique. So there we go. That tree root works out perfectly. Doesn't have to be a tower. And now we're just gonna glide over to Hateno. Not the village, but the tower. Again, I'm kind of looking away from the ground to try and prevent as much lag as possible. You can hold forward after a certain amount of building momentum by wiggling back and forth. At a certain point, you can just kind of hold forward and it will be good enough. It just makes things easier. now we have Hateno Tower. We'll be using this later when it comes time to go back to the tech lab. But for now, let's finally head over to Kakariko. And I'm pretty sure there will inevitably be some lag right about here. Yep. There always is. Always is. We're gonna go ahead and get Hestu's maracas. We're gonna meet Hestu and get our inventory upgraded. It is very, very, very important we do that. I want our shield back on. We're gonna want a good two-handed weapon. This sledgehammer should have enough durability left. It's only been used like once. Hi guys! So instead of having to fight these guys, Majora's Mask makes it really easy to dispense with them. Just walk over to this corner over here and kind of walk around like that. Oh. And knock them off like so. Ugh, if we get hurt like that, just run around, do not get hit again. Oh, okay. This is actually getting a little tricky here, because he managed to hit me like that. I want to make sure he starts swinging first before anything happens. Thankfully, he doesn't kill us in one hit. Looks like we're gonna have to fight him. Ideally, we want to push him off the edge, but I didn't quite get it lined up for that. Okay. Actually, maybe I'm doing this wrong. There might be an easier way to do this. There we go. Here's another way we can get him off the edge. Ugh. Well, that was a little sloppy. The idea was to throw them all off the edge, but one of them stayed on. Had to go into panic mode there for a second. Still, that wasn't too bad. That's what our fairy was for. Just in case anything goes wrong. And since we're about to get some more fairies, its loss really doesn't matter that much. So, now to get some oh-so-important inventory upgrades with all these Korok seeds we've been collecting. I'll let Hestu's dance play out this once. But I'll probably skip it normally. Definitely gonna want a bow stash here. But if you guys like Hestu's dance and you want to see it more, 100 bits in my chat will get you another dance anytime you want to see it. But since there are so many upgrades, normally I just skip the dance and go straight to the give me my upgrade, please. And so there we go. And now it's time to head to Kakariko. We want our magnesis out. So there's a puzzle along the way to solve. Grab this. See, that Korok doesn't have a concussion, because he didn't hide under a rock. Now we're actually entering Kakariko Village, which actually has some music. So I'm going to actually mute our own background music here. No need to help her up or anything. She says she twisted her ankle, but Link doesn't offer a hand. Just watches her get up by herself. Okay, so now that we're here in Kakariko Village, here's how we're gonna handle this. We're gonna come over here and grab these apples. We're gonna get the shrine. We're not actually gonna bother going in just yet. We could go up to the fairy fountain now, but I'm actually gonna save myself a trip. Even though I did just lose my only fairy, I'm going to save myself a little trip. I'm going to just do that a little bit later. This girl's cute. I always like to talk to her. Oh my, look at that face. You're totally my type. Hi. Oh, and you even have a Sheikah slate on your hip. Wait, huh? A Sheikah slate? Isn't that like an incredible thing that only incredible people can have? Just her double take's really funny, I think. I remember encountering her on my first playthrough. Okay, but anyway, here's what we really came for. All those taluses we defeated earlier left us with a lot of gemstones to sell. We're definitely going to want to take advantage of that now. I'm even going to sell a couple of these. I'm not going to sell all of these because later on we are going to need some luminous stones for some armor later. But in a pinch, you can sell these for 70 apiece. It's worth something. You could sell these key swings even for a decent amount, given how easy they were to collect. But now, we're going to buy up the stealth armor. Very much worth. And since we have the money, we'll also go ahead and buy this now as well. We don't have to buy this right now, but why not? We already have a set of Hylian trousers because, well, we're wearing them. We got that for free on the Great Plateau. And now we can go talk to Impa. And this is a perfect time. In just a moment, it'll be a perfect time for a break.
Oh.
We could just glide right past these two. But we'll be nice and stop and talk to them. Well, I mean, in this game, the Master Sword's not even that great, Avalon. Truth is, we cheat on Fi all the time. In this game, we don't even start with the Master Sword. We have no choice. We cheat on Fi with a bunch of different swords. Even fully powered up, the Master Sword is only decent. Before we go in to see Impa, let's go ahead and raid her basement. And her pond. I'm sure she won't mind if we take some of the fish out of here. Yeah, the Master Sword. If it were me, I would have been like, okay, so it starts at base damage 60. And its durability, like, I mean, that's kind of the trick. Like, really, the Master Sword should be the best sword, and it shouldn't be limited by durability at all, but it is. I would have started it at 60.
Oh, you're finally awake. It has been quite a long time, Link. I am much older now, but you remember me, don't you?
Sorry about that. I would have started it at 60 base power and then eventually worked it up to 90, and that would have made it a really good sword. It already has that kind of effect, actually. If you're near any malice or like calamity enemies, like it powers up from 30 to 60 base damage. It already has that kind of effect. What's the matter? Link, you're dripping wet. You're looking at me as though I'm a stranger to you. Those eyes. Those big red eyes. They lack the light of familiarity.
Oh. Ah. Oh.
Yeah, like all those things sound neat, but honestly, I would have just been better. I would have just been happy with a damage increase from 30 to 60, like as a base, and then from 60 to 90 in the presence of like enemies and such. And then, like, after you do the Trials of the Sword, it would be base 90 damage. Yeah, base 90 is actually fantastic for a single-handed weapon. And then its durability, when fully powered up, I think is fine, I guess. And then, honestly, the sword beams. The sword beams are where it's really at. Like, the sword beams need to be done the same way they did it in Age of Calamity. Rather than like the really weird way they're done here in this game, where it's just like the old games where you have to throw the Master Sword, like you act like you're gonna throw it and it fires off the sword beam if you're at full health.
Yeah.
And it throws like it throws this like little boomerang kind of circle thingy, and it's just like, that's not how that should work. Its durability would only decrease when you take damage? Well, I don't know. Again, remember, you don't want to make it too overpowered, because then it would be the only sword we'd ever use and we'd never use anything else. And they deliberately wanted to avoid that. Like, what would be the point in using anything other than the Master Sword at that point? Which is kind of the conundrum of this game. It's like they wanted to have a whole bunch of different weapons and things, but they didn't want us to just use the Master Sword all the time, but then the Master Sword really isn't much of a Master Sword, is it? So, that's kind of the unfortunate contradiction of this game. But anyway, so we're about to go into lengthy dialogue cutscene mode here. I'm going to use the opportunity to play some ads. We will resume this conversation when I return.
The history of the royal family of Hyrule is also the history of Calamity Ganon, a primal evil that has endured over the ages. This evil has been turned back time and time again by a warrior wielding the soul of a hero and a princess who carries the blood of the goddess. With the passage of time, each conflict with Ganon faded into legend. So listen closely as I tell you of this legend that occurred 10,000 years ago. Hyrule was then blossoming as a highly advanced civilization. Even the most powerful monsters posed little threat to the denizens of the realm. The people thought it wise to utilize their technological prowess to ensure the safety of the land should Calamity Ganon ever return. They constructed 4 mechanical wonders that came to be known as the Divine Beasts. They also built a legion of autonomous weapons called Guardians. The Divine Beasts were piloted by 4 individuals of exceptional skill from across the land. And thus, the plan to neutralize Ganon was forged. Upon Ganon's inevitable return to Hyrule, the princess and the hero fought alongside these 4 champions against this ancient evil. The Guardians were tasked with protecting the hero as the Divine Beasts unleashed a furious attack upon their terrible foe. And when the hero wielding the sword that seals the darkness delivered his final blow, the princess used her sacred power to seal away Calamity Ganon.
Okay, welcome back, everybody. I mean, I guess. But the truth is, honestly, as many adults play games nowadays as children. So you say, yeah, it would only be overpowered if you're really good at the game. Also, kids these days are pretty good at video games. Like, I don't know, man. Like, durability attached to your health? But then, like, wouldn't you... Okay, so exactly how do you mean to implement that, Avalon? Because, like, then wouldn't you just equip the Master Sword and it would always have... Like, if you're at full health, it would have tons of durability. But then you take a hit and its durability goes down? But, like... That's not really durability anymore. If it's... Because then you would just use it right up to the point where it breaks, but then if it breaks, it would only break if you died. Okay, healing wouldn't cause it to go back up. Oh, okay. Okay, I think I see what you're saying. I guess so. You could do it that way. Alright, so before we leave Kakariko for Hateno, we need an upgrade. And we're gonna go for a heart, actually. So the way I like to do upgrades is I like to go stamina first, then a heart, then stamina, then a heart, and then pure stamina all the way until I have max stamina. That's how I like to do my upgrades. The reason I like to do that is because when a fairy heals you, the maximum it will heal you for is 5 hearts. So I feel that having... While stamina is important, I think it's good to also rush to about 5 hearts. Just so you're not wasting any of the fairy's healing if a fairy should go off, if you ever need one. It's just a nice little cushion to have, and then from there, pure stamina, because you really shouldn't need more than that for health. Anyway. Back to some music. Oh, too slow. There we go. Off to Hateno. But we're not headed towards the village directly. We're headed straight for the furnace. And we kind of have to hurry at that. Actually, we might need to camp, depending on how things go. Let's try to make it. Let's see if we can make it. So here's what we do. Put our shield back on, get our torch out. Let's make this process quick. Put the bomb down in front of us, pull out our torch and shield, then press B and plus in quick succession. So Link is in the middle of putting away the torch. He's in mid-animation, and we're going to take off the shield. And suddenly our torch is still out. We're going to pick up the bomb, and we're going to get this weird state here. Press R to throw, L to detonate, and now suddenly we can run around with the torch. We can even glide and climb with it, too. Now, there is a catch, however. I'm worried that we will hit it. It's gonna start raining, isn't it? Get up here as quick as we possibly can. There we go. So I pressed Y there. And the moment I pressed Y, I lost the ability to run with this. We made it just in time, it looks like. There we go. But the reason I did it was because I saw rain coming up on the weather forecast, and I was very afraid that it would start raining before I made it. This tech lab actually has some music, so we'll go ahead and stop our background music there. Purah has a lot of dialogue. A lot of it. As I said, I'm definitely not going to read it all out. If you guys want to read it, by all means, pause the video and read it. But anyway, so yeah, I was afraid it would start raining, so I decided to just light that torch right there. Just in case it did, so that I could deal with that situation by camping until the rain goes away. But thankfully, I just made it anyway. Without needing to camp and get rid of the rain. So honestly, if I had to pick just two things, two things that I could complain about in this game, it would definitely be the stamina wheel shouldn't even exist, and rain. Rain makes it impossible for you to climb efficiently, or hardly even at all. It puts out like fires and things, so you can't even camp to like until the rain goes away. Like you have to find shelter and then you can camp until the rain goes away. But like basically, the stamina and the rain literally do nothing but hinder the player from doing what this game wants you to do, which is climb around everywhere and explore everything. Those two mechanics literally fight against you and the primary experience of this game, and so that's... those two mechanics, I think I would either remove or change the effects of. Like, I have no objections to there being rain in the game, so much as I wish it didn't hinder my ability to climb. Like, if we had some armor set or something to negate it, that might be fine, but we never get something like that, so it's just like, those are my two biggest complaints, is the stamina wheel and rain. They literally do nothing but get in the way. So that's why I was so afraid of it starting to rain there. The stamina wheel only exists because of Skyward Sword. It was dumb there too. Yes. Yes. The stamina wheel was not super great in Skyward Sword either. And it shouldn't be in this game either. Sadly, I think Nintendo won't listen to us. They will likely continue with their stamina wheel shenanigans instead of putting back in the magic meter like they should. And give us some actual magic spells and stuff. I think if we had some good spells to go with it, it would be fine. I was actually talking about it earlier. Like, if you know anything about like the Ocarina of Time beta, they actually had some crazy good spells, but then they took out most of them. Like, I'm fine with it not costing us anything for like the runic arrows that we have here. Like the fire arrows, ice arrows, like I'm fine with those becoming like, you know, pre-packaged with their effects. But like I'm talking about like actual magic spells. Like Din's Fire and such. And like they could have also done stuff with like the Lens of Truth, you know, like invisible platforms and things that we can only see with magic and stuff. I think that would have been a cool mechanic. Anyway, so while we're here, we're going to get one of our upgrades. I should have enough screws. Yeah. So the Sheikah sensor upgrade is the easiest to get. 3 ancient screws. By now, it'd be very strange if we didn't have that. But there's a very good reason why we're going to get this right now and not later when we get the rest of the Sheikah Slate upgrades. And that will become apparent when we get there. Yeah, there's a bunch of different ways they could have implemented magic. Like, Ocarina of Time's system is obviously very basic and very simple. Because it's Ocarina of Time. It's like 30 years old. But, like, I feel like they could have done something with, like, a magic meter and something. I guess what I'm saying is, like, a meter should not be used to limit the player. It should be used to feel like a buff. You know, like the stamina wheel is a limitation on the things you can do. Whereas a magic meter would be like a resource that you spend to get, yeah, some kind of buff or some kind of enhancement rather than something that limits your basic movement. Oh. I'm gonna let the notification go away. Okay, now we're gonna talk to this guy. Grab this picture. Then we're gonna grab a bunch of these sun shrooms and a Korok seed while we're over here. The rain won't matter too much anymore, thankfully. We're definitely going to get some more apples because we're gonna need these for later. Hunger meter instead of a stamina meter? I don't know, man. That doesn't sound like something I'd be too much of a fan of either. Again, I'm of the opinion that you should not... Your players should never feel like you're taking something away from them because they didn't... Yeah, because they didn't, like, do maintenance on their character, or they... Or, like, the stamina wheel, because they did something like a basic action, like running or climbing too much. It should be something like, again, the magic meter is like you spending a resource to get a buff or an improvement of some kind. Not taking away something basic that they should always have, like the ability to move or continue playing or something like that. It shouldn't be tied to your basic abilities to get around. Oh. And randomly a blood moon. What?
Link. Link. Be on your guard. Ganon's power grows. It rises to its peak under the hour of the blood moon. By its glow, the aimless spirits of monsters slain in the name of the light return to flesh. Link, please be careful.
Oh, okay. But why? So blood moons are only supposed to happen at like 12 p.m. It's 3:30 a.m. in the game. The game can spawn emergency blood moons if it feels it needs to kind of reset the world, because that's what the blood moon does. It resets the world. Oh, great. I just want to climb up to this Korok Seed game. Oh my gosh. Okay. Oh, and now the rain goes away. Okay. But yeah, so I have no idea what we did to trigger that or cause that to happen. But yeah, for whatever reason, it decided to randomly drop a blood moon there. For whatever reason. Not sure what's going on with that, but there it is. Anyway, I think we've collected enough sun shrooms, not just for him, but also for ourselves, because sun shrooms are actually very useful. And we'll cook those later. By the way, I will be skipping the Blood Moon cutscene in the future. Yeah, just some moderate trolling by the game. I have no idea why that happened, why it felt that an emergency blood moon was necessary. Like, what did we do that, you know, that would cause the game problems and cause it to want to reset the world? I have no idea. Maybe all of our gliding around is messing with it too much? I don't know. Anyway, we're gonna show this picture here. He wants us to grab 3 sun shrooms. We've already got them. Okay. Now we're going to move on after we collect some apples down here. And a little wood. No. The duplication glitch is usually done at the end. Or near the end. So we need a certain number of apples for a trick that will be done later. Will save us a pretty good amount of time. Also, having some wood here and now wouldn't be a terrible thing either. So we're gonna grab all this before we leave. Okay, I agree with you about the experience system being not hidden from the player. I completely agree with that part of what you're saying. We want to hang on to the torch. We are going to need it for later. There is a hidden experience system in this game that determines the quality of the weapon and item drops. And I do agree that it's silly to hide it from the player. So I agree with transparency there. But you're saying something about the, like, hunger meter, like the hunger meter would determine how much experience you get from, like, slaying enemies or something? Not sure how that makes much sense. Also, heat and cold resistance based on magic self-buffs? Like, I guess you could, but we have clothing for that. We have different outfits. What we need is quick swap menus for different clothing sets. Like, so we can have, like, preset groups of clothing and we can swap to them easily without having to change each and every individual part one at a time. That's what we really need. Okay, so I like to take the picture of this little Guardian Scout here. Just because it's different from the others. This is a scripted fight, so don't bother whacking the enemy too many times. It's just a waste of durability. And a waste of time. This enemy will not die, and actually can't take damage until the end of the training here. Nope. Just throw that away. Don't need that anymore. Apparently the game just spawns one after 3 hours of gameplay. Really? Well, that's going to be rather interesting. There's something else I'm gonna do here in a bit that has historically for me always triggered another blood moon. So we'll see how things go. Yeah, it'll also spawn them if assets aren't loading correctly or if it's using 90% of its system memory. Okay, I knew about the system memory thing. Don't know about assets loading correctly. Didn't know about that. But I guess that makes sense too. It's just, I wonder what assets it wasn't loading correctly. Anyway, real quick, so getting the picture of the Guardian in there is not just for the compendium, it's also for a shrine quest that we'll need to do later. So it's actually important to get a picture of a little Guardian Scout. I like to get that one again because it's colored differently. It's kind of like a shiny Pokemon, you know? It's a unique variant on the Guardian Scout. That's why I saved that shrine until after I got the camera. Anyway, we'll talk to Impa here to get the memories unlocked. Honestly, I wonder if it has to do with you LARPing as a shooting star. Yeah. Flying around with the Bliss technique may be partially responsible. Or completely responsible for it going crazy and deciding to spawn a blood moon. Yeah, that's possible, but like I said, there's actually something else I'm gonna do coming up here shortly that might also potentially trigger it to happen. And if it does, then we'll know that it was probably something else. Anyway, so once we talk to that guy, so for some reason this guy, talking to this guy and showing him a picture of the fairy fountain is a main quest and not a side quest. But for whatever reason, yeah, we're gonna talk to him and then we're gonna run up here to the fairy fountain and do everything we need to do up here. And we can totally leave him in the dust. Once we talk to him and he's on his way, that's good enough. I do want a picture of this. Oh, uh-oh. Aw, dang it. Oh well. If you can get the picture of the bloopy there, that's nice, but if you don't worry about it. They respawn often enough as it is. So it's not a huge deal. We can get one of those anytime. The main thing is these fairies. Thanks to the stealth armor, we can walk at a normal pace and they won't detect us. Yeah, we can get a bloopy picture anytime. It's not super important. It's only necessary for a little side quest that gets us like 300 rupees in the Korok Forest. It's nice, but not necessary. And it's certainly not going to impact us anytime soon. But we came up here for the fairies, to unlock the fairy fountain, and to get a photo of the fairy fountain to show that guy. And then he will show up around Hyrule to help us find the memory locations. If we're struggling to find them, he'll give us some hints. We don't really need him, but I like to complete his side quest anyway because it's labeled as a main quest for some reason. So I just like to have access to him. Anyway, let's get our first fairy fountain unlocked. Okay, so we're not going to enhance anything right now. We'll come back and deal with that later. The main thing is we just wanted to actually unlock it for when we need it later. And then this guy will have finally made it up. You want to turn around to talk to us? No? Just want to talk to us over your shoulder? Okay. Yeah, see, he tries to help us out with the memories. It's nice to have him unlocked, but, like, I don't really plan to use him at all, honestly. But now we have more fairies. So we can feel safer again. In case anything silly happens, we're gonna put back on our cold protection. Collecting gems also does it? You're thinking about the dupe glitch and shaking your head, yeah. Fair enough. Because that doesn't make any sense. Alright. So now that we've done all this, now we're going to pay Akala another visit. And boy, do we have a lot to do. Actually, we could do Central first. Yeah, why not? We have a bunch of stuff to do in Akala, but actually first, let's go ahead and set something. Let's go ahead and take care of some things in Central Hyrule. And the reason I want to do that is because I want to actually get some more upgrades for my inventory before I actually do the stuff in Akala. We can do them in either order. It really doesn't matter that much. But I think it would be nice to have more inventory space rather than having to manage it nearly as closely anyway. So, here's what we need to do. We need to stop by this tree. And we are doing this to get a Korok seed. And then we're gonna run over here, and there's a memory for us to grab. Right over here on the other side of this portion of the lake here. So just right around the corner here, we'll get our first memory. This is another perfect opportunity for me to run some ads while this is going off, so I think I'm going to go ahead and do that. While Majora remembers and utterly ruins this cutscene.
From here, we'll make our way to Goron City. Then, we'll need some adjustments on that divine beast so Daru can manage it as easily as possible. He's figured out how to get it to move. However, it's apparent that we still have much more to learn. But to think that divine beast was actually built by people. That means we should be able to understand how it works and how to use it to our advantage. These divine beasts, so much we don't know. But if we want to turn back Calamity Ganon, they're our best hope. Tell me the truth. How proficient are you right now wielding that sword on your back? Legend says that an ancient voice resonates inside it. Can you hear it yet, hero?
Perfect. The length of that cutscene was perfect. But yeah, it's just that zoom in on Majora's face, or on Majora's mask when we're wearing it. It's just like, this is perfect. We should wear Majora's mask for every cutscene, if possible. Okay. Now let's return to some background music. Let's pick up our background music again. At least for a moment, while we continue our exploits in Central Hyrule. Oh. Sometimes that happens. Link will not get the step-up animation after walking off the tower's ledge right there. When that happens, don't worry about it. Just warp on back up and try again. Maybe try a different part of the ledge. But yeah, failures like that will occasionally occur. They're not too big of a deal. Just gotta try again. Too slow. Oh, didn't jump. There we go. There we go. We want to redirect ourselves towards Central Tower. We're gonna skip past all the guardians that we would normally have to fight in order to reach this. Oh, yes. And I forgot. Our Sheikah sensor is active again. Gotta turn that off before it starts beeping at us all the time. Gonna pause that for a second. And now we have Central Tower. So, next up, we're going to head off to a stable, a nearby stable that has several important things for us, but most importantly at the moment, it has Hestu standing next to it, so we can get some more inventory upgrades. Oh so crucial inventory upgrades. We are going way too fast for these guardians to hit us. We're aiming for that hill right here. This hill right here next to the stable. Pop open this jar for a Korok seed. Nice and easy. Gonna switch bows. It's very okay. So I'm switching bows constantly because these duplex bows, we absolutely cannot afford to have them break on us. We need each of them, so I'm kind of switching between them to avoid using all their durability. Because I need something to shoot arrows, but I don't want to use my golden bow at all. Except for that one shot we used earlier. And I need to keep all of my duplex bows intact, so just kind of spreading the use of their durability out a little bit. Duplex bows are not super durable, so it's definitely good to try and preserve that durability as much as you can anyway. Here's an easy shrine. It's practically begging for us to do a quick wind bomb to get across. We don't want to hit the shrine directly if possible, because then we might bounce off and fall into the floor. Oof. Ow. Landing behind the shrine is, in fact, ideal, although preferably without using a fairy. But that's okay, that's why we have the fairies. Okay, that right there is a perfect example of how finicky wind bombing can be sometimes. Or rather, in this case, it's more finicky because of the way impact damage works. Like, we hit a wall, but then we hit, like, the side of the shrine, and it decided that our invincibility should run out because of that, and then we took a ton of damage because we had so much momentum, and it just straight up costed us a fairy to keep from dying, so yeah. This is why the fairies are important. This is the primary reason why the fairies are important. Okay, this is what we came for. So we're gonna get some more bow stashes. We're gonna get 2 bows, 2 weapons, and 1 shield. And then we should be all set. Some nice music. They did a good job with New Donk City and Super Mario Odyssey. I love this track. So the first time we talk to Hestu, he gives us just two inventory expansions. We want to use those both on bows. And then after that, he gives us 5 on this second meeting. And then he remembers how to get back to the Korok Forest. And now, the next time we see him, he will be in the Korok Forest. So these are all the expansions we can get until we make our way there. Just gonna get the stable real quick. Although I guess we don't technically have to, because we're gonna be back. But anyway, now... last thing we need to do in Central Hyrule, I mean, besides coming back to the stable to do some item duplication, so we need to grab ourselves a Royal Guard weapon. It's the key to accessing infinite money very, very, very easily. Now, if you're playing on normal mode, you'll have to go inside Hyrule Castle to get a Royal Guard weapon, but if you're playing on Master mode, there's a very easy to access Royal Guard sword just outside the castle. You can quickly and easily glide to, without too much fuss. And so we will go straight there. There's also some easy to access shock arrows in case you don't get any from that bokoblin we killed earlier, or from the ones we're going to kill in a few minutes. Oh. It would be preferable if that thing didn't spot us. Just gonna grab these. Nice, easy shock arrows. And this enemy here will be very confused to see us. Raft here. Come here. Those inventory expansions are going to immediately be helpful. Grab that. And then we're going to dive down in here. Get ourselves a Korok seed. And now we're out of here. Now we're gonna head up to Akala. Right? I'm doing this right, aren't I? Well, I mean, I guess we could stop by here real fast. Yeah. Before I forget, let's actually take care of a couple things on the side. So, I guess I should have technically done this later, but it's fine. We can also do things in Hateno, if need be. But yeah, this is why we grabbed the memory earlier. So we can just go ahead and have access to the Champion's Tunic right away. Just gonna go ahead and grab that. Then I'm also going to turn that off. And then before I forget, we need to go over here. And get an ancient core. So in order to get all of our Sheikah Slate upgrades, we need 3 ancient screws, 3 ancient shafts, and 3 ancient cores. Now, we should be able to get 3 ancient screws pretty easily. In fact, we already have gotten 3 ancient screws, and we have the upgraded Sheikah sensor already. But we still need to upgrade our bombs and stasis. Now, 3 ancient shafts, if you're lucky, won't be too hard to get a hold of. If you're lucky, you'll just get them from beating the guardians in these shrines that we need to clear out anyway. But just in case that doesn't happen, at least if you have just one. Hey, actually got that. Nice. And it was a really good one too. Wow. I was just trying to see if that wind bomb would work for me, and it did. It worked really well for me too. Get the map location here and a picture of this Hinox, just because I can. Excuse me. Yeah, so we need, if you're lucky, you'll get 3 ancient shafts and you won't have to duplicate them, but as long as you have at least one, we'll be able to duplicate that shaft later. Same thing with cores. This shrine has an ancient core in it as a reward, and we're going to need that, and we're going to duplicate that core in order to get our 3 ancient cores quickly to fully upgrade our Sheikah Slate by the end of today. All right, so I think we're good. I guess I could use up something else too. Why not? Yeah. So, we want ice arrows on for this. Pause our background music since there's actual music being played. The reason we want ice arrows is because every time the Guardian backs up to try and use nonsense, to try and use its spinning moves, we want to go ahead and freeze it. Or burn it, or shock it, in order to prevent it from being annoying. The duplex bow is especially awesome in this regard because it fires 2 arrows in quick succession, one after the other. So the first one freezes the target, and then the second one hits it and unfreezes it, but it deals triple damage, because triple damage is always dealt to frozen targets. So the duplex bow is really nice with ice arrows, if you want to just deal a bunch of damage really quickly. So we got our ancient core there, and we're going to get a giant core as well and duplicate that. We won't need the giant core for Sheikah Slate upgrades, but we'll need it for other things later. And it's just convenient to go ahead and do the giant core duplication at the same time as we duplicate everything else. So we're going to go ahead and take care of that then as well. So, now, just a few things to do in Akala, and we will be ready to duplicate these items and get infinite money for ourselves. And then once we're set up for that, that'll probably do it for today. Oh! Happened again. Let's try a different part of the ledge then. Oh. There we go. There we go. Okay, so that's not quite where we're headed, but I can redirect us easily. Loading screens in this game always seem to be just a couple seconds longer than you expect them to be. I mean, honestly, it could be worse. After playing Pokemon Violet for a while, I appreciate how quick these loading screens are. Okay, so thankfully there's no lightning at the moment. It's very nice. Let's try to get the drop on this guy if we can. So with luck, first of all, I'll take that. Yeah, with luck, that guy right there would have dropped some shock arrows for us. Doesn't look like he did, though. That's unfortunate. But it is what it is. Here's a Korok under the bridge. It should rock back. Oh, look at that. We don't even need a Cryonis block. So the main reason we came over here is not just for the Korok Seed and the bridges, which are map locations, by the way. Each of these 3 bridges we're about to get are map locations. Like, see, right here? Yeah, the main reason we came over here is not just for these. But also because those bokoblins drop shock arrows and have multi-shot bows. They have Lionel bows, which is kind of fantastic. And so it is very, 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 very helpful. To come over here and grab those. These last two multi-shot bows we're gonna get are key to overloading our menu. Which is something we'll be doing later for item duplication. And then when we're done with that, they're just good bows. They're just really good bows to use. So it's all very nice. Like I said, these bokoblins also have a chance of dropping shock arrows. If they don't, then that's fine, because at least we got 5 from that one treasure chest just now, so we'll be fine anyway. Ah. Shock arrows? Ah, shock arrows. There we go. So the weapon in that chest is actually just like a drill shaft. It's useless. We don't really need that. We do need his bow. Go. You can catch some fish if you want. I believe that chest has a like a gem in it, like an opal or something. We don't really need it. Just gonna move on. We didn't just come down here for the multi-shot bows. We actually also came down here for one other good reason. That is a giant core to duplicate. And there happens to be one right in here in this shrine, as a reward for beating yet another minor test of strength. Just gonna get this Korok seed right here. Dodge the wolves. And here we are. Another minor test of strength. Should be fairly easy. Gonna have to silence the choir in the background for a moment, though. Just gonna get behind this guy. And easy win. We don't need that sword anymore, so we're gonna throw it away. And also, jackpot, 2 more ancient shafts. That's perfect. So I don't have to duplicate shafts. Beautiful. All right, that's 1 minor step saved. And now I think we're gonna switch over to one of these bows. Our duplex bows have all been used at least a little bit. And again, I would like to avoid using them to the point where they break if at all possible. Very nice. I like to hold on to some guardian weapons because they're good against other guardians. So I'm gonna pull this out next. RNG is sometimes kind, sometimes cruel, sometimes confusing. Yes, yes it is. I agree, Avalon. There we go. And now back to the choir. At least for a minute, anyway. So before we leave this area, there's an easy Korok seed to get here. That is by far the most efficient way to solve these particular Korok puzzles. Just be careful you don't blow up any of the other trees with the bomb, or you'll have to wait for a blood moon to reset it. So again, we're not necessarily going to use this fairy fountain so much as we're just going to go ahead and get it unlocked. And of course, collecting all the Korok seeds along the way. So, the game looks at our inventory and says, oh, you already have 3 fairies in your inventory. You don't need us to spawn any more fairies over at this fairy fountain. But I would like to have more than 3 fairies, so I'm gonna hold these 3 in my arms here. And now the game checks and says, oh, you don't have any fairies. Guess we better spawn some. And so now I can collect more fairies than I'm meant to have. Just by doing that. Simple little trick to get as many fairies as you want. Also, definitely gonna want to cook these Endura carrots and such at some point. Maybe when we get to the stable, we'll do some of that. But for now, we should have enough money, I think. Yep, we have just enough money to unlock our second fairy fountain. You know, I just realized there are no amethysts in this game. There's rubies, there's sapphires, there's opals, ambers, topaz even, and diamonds, but no amethyst. I just realized that when I saw like the purple gems on her necklace there. I was like, huh. Interesting. Never thought about that. But anyway, having unlocked that fairy fountain, now we're gonna go ahead and unlock the Akala Tech Lab, as well as get the travel medallion. And then we'll be just about done once we do those things. But since we're here in Akala, it just makes sense to go ahead and do this now, given how important those things are. That's too low. Also, let's not forget to change our outfit. This is what I was saying earlier. Oh, here we go. Here's some good music. Come on. Go the other way. There we go. So, once again, we're going to head over to the Blue Flame and just hurry up and unlock the tech lab without any fuss. Nice and easy. I have gotten very lucky with the weather right now. There's no rain or lightning or anything here going on in Akala at the moment. I mean, if not, then we can set up a campfire right here in this little corner and it will actually let us camp there. But thankfully, that won't be necessary. Now, okay. So every time I do this, it seems to spawn a blood moon. Let's see if it does it again. This looks right. So I'm gonna light that, because coming up right here is a spot that for some reason has a tendency to trigger a blood moon for me. Let's find out if it happens. Oh, it didn't this time. Okay. Maybe it was the 3-hour thing. Avalon, maybe it was. Okay, as lovely as that music is, we are done with the torch. There's also a glitch where it'll sometimes read 12 a.m. as 12 p.m. and vice versa, so one might spawn in the middle of the day. Wouldn't surprise me. Now for some sick guitar riffs. Dr. Robbie is kinda awesome like that. Akala Tech Lab is pretty awesome. For a bunch of reasons. That's one of them. But we'll come back here to deal with the Kala Tech Lab later. There's still a bunch of other things for us to do. Nearby, in fact. We're almost done with everything that needs doing. We just have to grab the travel medallion, do some duplicating, and that's pretty much it. Well, and actually get our Sheikah Slate upgrades. Feels like they probably spent a lot of time making sure things look like they're running correctly, even when they're not. Yeah. I mean, it's better than Pokemon Violet, where things just don't work correctly. And they look like that, too. There's always that possibility. Okay, so I could easily wind bomb from here, or even do like a stasis launch, maybe. Or I could just use the technique that always works consistently for me. It's nice and stable. I mean, except that it sometimes sends me in really random directions. I love how I praised it as consistent and then it immediately backfired in my face. I love it when that happens. Well, the technique itself is consistent, at least. There we go. This is much better. There we go. Now I just have to re-aim myself. And we'll be on our way. While we're over here, now is the perfect time to go ahead and obtain a picture of the Guardian Skywatcher. Just works out nicely that way. Ow. I tried to deploy the glider again, but if you're pressing up against a wall, it won't always deploy for you. But that's okay. Even if we had taken fatal damage there, that's what we have the fairies for, in case anything silly happens. So now, that's 2 of the pictures we need for that shrine quest later on, and I do mean way, way later on. There are some keys stuck in the floor, apparently. Don't know how they managed to get stuck there, but there they are. Everything working as intended. clearly. I'm gonna grab the picture of this just to save myself a little money later. Not that money will be a huge problem or anything. I'm gonna switch away from fire arrows. I don't really want to use those. And then I think, yep. Now we just complete the shrine, or complete the maze, complete the puzzle here. Get ourselves a free shrine and a travel medallion. Pokemon Violet's probably buggy because Pokemon Team blew all their money on booze. I mean, or whatever they were smoking when they thought it was okay to release that game as early as they did. It's still playable, but it definitely would have been nice if they had polished it a bit more. So, if the game has been especially mean to you and has not given you any ancient shafts up until now, there is a treasure chest with an ancient shaft in it in this maze. I am not going to get it because I got at least one shaft from the Guardians that we've killed so far. The Guardian Scouts that we've killed so far, anyway. But I believe it's somewhere over here-ish. In one of these dead ends over here, there's a treasure chest with a shaft in it. In case you still don't have one. Or you could actually go down and kill a legit Guardian if you wish. Either way is fine. Or one of the Guardians down here. You could easily take out one of these Guardians down here that's all shut down, and then you'll have the advantage. We're just gonna grab this. Feor's Wind, I mean the travel medallion. Fantastic item to have, and now we're gonna run over here, steal this. And then nope on out of here. Bye, guys. Okay, so with that, we've done pretty much everything we're going to do in Akala for today. There's still obviously a lot more to do, but we're not going to do it right now. It is time. We're just about done for today. But before we finish, we're going to get all of our Sheikah Slate upgrades wrapped up. We're going to get a ton of photos for our compendium. And then we're going to set up for some nice, easy, infinite money. And we're going to grab a Restless Cricket. Essential to the plan, totally. So, here's what we want to do. We want to make sure, so we have enough shafts, so thankfully we won't have to duplicate that. That'll save some time. So we want to make sure we hold all the cores we have and drop them on the ground. Now, thankfully that's only one, so that makes this nice and simple, but either way we want to put the core on the ground. And there's no cores in our inventory, so there's no slot for it. Now we're going to overload our menu, so we're going to need shock arrows for this. and a bunch of multi-shot bows. Doesn't matter how many arrows they actually launch, it just matters that they're multi-shot bows. And here's how we overload our menu. You ready for this, guys? Super complicated trick. Except it's not. Something doesn't look right here. And indeed, our menu is overloaded, just like that. So, we're gonna hold a bunch of wood, but our menu's overloaded while we're doing it. Then we're gonna talk to Beetle. We're going to sell. Yeah, I found that clip pretty funny too. Thank you for clipping it. Avalon, thank you very much. We're gonna sell all of our wood. And because we no longer have a slot for wood or a slot for cores in our inventory, when we pick up our ancient core here, and then press X to stop holding, suddenly it gives us 5 more ancient cores. It overwrites the wood we were holding with cores. And then we pick up all our bows, and the menu is not overloaded anymore. And we just duplicated a bunch of ancient cores. Nice and easy. But we're gonna do it again. We're gonna get some wood here real quick. Oh, got 3 out of that one. That's pretty rare to get 3 in one tree. We're gonna do it again because we're really only gonna need this glitch, like, for 2 things. We're gonna need it for cores, and we're gonna need it for giant cores. And we're really only gonna need to do it once, because there's plenty of cores and giant cores scattered throughout the world that we're gonna get anyway. This just cuts down, okay, this we need to do right now because we need the upgrade for the Sheikah Slate. This, duplicating this will cut down on the amount of farming we have to do later. We do need to beat a certain number of Guardians, but we would need the RNG to be pretty good for them to drop enough giant cores for us, for the upgrades to the ancient armor later. But if we duplicate this now, it'll save us a bunch of time later. We would have to duplicate shafts if we didn't get enough shafts for our remote bomb upgrade. But thankfully, the game was nice today and decided to give me enough from the Guardian Scouts that we've beaten. So, one more. We need to make sure we have 6. Just a little deforestation here. So 6 bundles of wood is sufficient. Doesn't have to be 7. We're gonna duplicate the giant core, and then we're all set, pretty much. Just set this on the ground. Also, it may be worth saving the game, just to be sure that everything works out. In case anything goes wrong. But put the giant core on the ground. If we had, say, 2 giant cores or something like that, you would want to put them both on the ground to make sure the inventory slot is empty. Okay, and now we're going to overload our menu again. Just pull out the bow like this. Just, yeah, make sure it's shock arrows and it's a multi-shot bow. Pull it out. So just tap ZR. Then drop and equip. Drop and equip. Drop and equip. And just keep on doing this. I'm actually gonna, even though the menu's already overloaded, I'm just gonna do this to make sure that it's overloaded. We want to make sure that the wood bundles do not appear in our arms. That's how we know it's overloaded enough for us to pull this off. Let's talk to Beetle. And sell our bundle of wood. Nope, we're good. Now we're gonna pick up the giant core, press plus to go into our menu, and press X to stop holding, and suddenly 6 giant cores. Beautiful. Now, how many apples do I have? I have 31. I actually need a few more. Okay, that's fine. Small detour. So, now we have all the cores and shafts and everything we need. I mean, just anywhere with apples will work fine. Given when that blood moon happened... Yeah, actually. I need to stop by here again anyway. So I should have gone back to get the champion's tunic right about now instead of doing it earlier. It would have saved me this one extra trip here. But, I mean, that's like, what? A minute out of our way? It's not that bad. So I'm going to grab a few apples. And I'm going to turn in our spirit orbs. Get another piece of stamina here. Oh, are the apples not back? I thought the apples respawned with the blood moon. Or they would have, anyway. Huh. Well, we're still getting stamina. This game has innocent apples being sold into slavery, and yet for some reason it's not rated M. Disgusting. Alright. So more stamina is good. Still a little surprised the apples haven't come back. It's kind of weird. And of course, the only apple tree is that one up there. Right? Or is it? Are these apple trees too? No, they're not, of course. Nothing so convenient. Oh well. Well, I'll just go to a place that I know has apples for me to get. Just need a handful of apples. Didn't think I'd have to keep track of them so tightly. That is strange, though. Well, there's a few right there. Need about 2 more. That'll do. Perfect. Okay. Now, we need to sell these apples. I could go down to the village, but this is where I wanted to do it, if I had just had enough at the time. But we need to sell 35 apples at least. It actually doesn't have to be apples, it can be 35 of anything. But apples are pretty easy to collect because they're used for like the Korok puzzles and everything. So it's just convenient to use apples. So we're gonna sell 35 of them. I guess we could sell them all, but I want to keep one for Korok puzzles. And then now that we've done that, now we should be able to get a lot of free pictures for our compendium. So, we did Simon's little side quest where we took a picture of the sun shroom, and then we gave him some sun shrooms in trade for some like hardy truffles or whatever. And then if we talk to him again, he gives us a free picture for our compendium. But when the game reaches into memory to decide how many free pictures to give you, it goes in and grabs the number of items that you last sold. So, it's going to reach into memory and it's going to grab the number 35 and it's going to give me 35 free pictures. Now, the reason why I don't just do more than 35 is because it's capped at the number of pictures in the category. In like the drop category, like what I forgot what category it is. Yeah, the category that he gives us a picture from is capped at, there's 36 total, and we have one because we took a picture of the sun shroom. But yeah, there we go. Materials. That's the category. So there's 36 slots in the materials category there. So there's no point in trying to do more. So we got the picture of the sun shroom on our own, and then there's 35 slots left, so we sold 35 apples, and he gave us all 35. And that saves us a ton of money on buying out the compendium later. Speaking of buying out the compendium, it costs a lot of money. A lot of money. Combined with the cost of, like, buying a house, unlocking all the fairy fountains, and buying the ancient armor, it's really expensive. It takes a long time to grind all that money. Or at least it's supposed to. I'm gonna go ahead and get our remote bomb and stasis power-ups now with the shafts and the cores we duplicated. Let's go ahead and complete all of our Sheikah Slate upgrades. But anyway, it's supposed to take a long time to get enough money to buy out the compendium. However, there is a way to farm money rather easily. And we will have enough for the entire rest of the game, compendium and all, in about 30 minutes. And all we have to do is press A over and over. I will demonstrate how this is done, and then that will do it for tonight. we go. The Sheikah Slate is completed. Okay. And now we're done with this tech lab. We'll continue to use it as a warp point, but it is otherwise not a place we have to worry about anymore. So, earlier we collected a Royal Guard sword from one of the floating enemy platforms just outside Hyrule Castle, near Moat Bridge. And there happens to be... Hi, Squatta, how's it going? There happens to be a woman in here who wants to see it. So let's show it to her. She'll give us some free money for doing that. How's the shiny hunting going, Sequata? I actually ran into 2 shiny Pokemon over the course of the weekend, entirely by accident. Wasn't even trying to search for them. Don't even have the shiny charm, just ran into 2 random shinies. Veluza and Sneasel. Okay, so once we show her that sword, she'll give us the 300 rupees. But then after that, she'll offer to give us gemstones in exchange for the sword. However, there is a way we can trick her into giving us infinite gemstones by overloading our menu. So, we're just going to drop a bunch of bows here. Figure right here will do. Of course I caught them. I master balled them right away. So, we're gonna overload our menu just like we did before. Just like so. Oh. Again, just to be absolutely sure. Now, we're on the Moonlight Scimitar, but we're going to switch to the Royal Guard Sword. But you notice our sword is not appearing in our model over there. So, we've switched to the Royal Guard Sword, but it's not actually equipped on us, as you can see. The game thinks it's there, but it's not actually there. So, it gives us the topaz, but it doesn't actually take away the sword, because it's not there. It can't take it away. And so now, she's just going to give us infinite gemstones. All we have to do is press A and keep talking to her. And it just goes on and on for as long as we want. And then, of course, we can turn around and sell the gemstones for as much money as we need. So, I'm obviously not going to make you guys watch me do this for half an hour, but after about a half an hour of pressing A while watching a YouTube video or something, I should have enough gemstones to sell to get enough money to easily buy out the compendium and complete pretty much everything there is to do in the game. as far as money is concerned. And so, with that, I believe we'll call it a night. Having shown off how to do that, I'll go ahead and do that on my own time off stream. Sequata, if you're interested in trading for those shinies, we can talk in Discord. Because I don't care about them. Like, I really don't need a pink Weavile. I actually need a regular Weavile. And then green Veluza. Well, I mean, cool, I guess. But it's not really necessary, so if you want to trade for those, like if you don't have those shinies already, I don't mind helping you out. Anyway, thank you all so much for coming. Beetle just walking back and forth while I'm trying to do my outro. Thank you all so much for coming, guys. Sequata and Avalon and everybody else who stopped by. I appreciate y'all. I think we've done a pretty good job today. About 4.5 hours, and we've gone from the Great Plateau all the way. We've gone from the start of the game all the way to having both tech labs unlocked, all of our Sheikah Slate upgrades done. We've got the travel medallion. We've got all the major story cutscenes out of the way. We did a ton of stuff in a very short amount of time. I did, admittedly, there was a little bit of panicking going on over here. As I messed up knocking off those bokoblins. I messed up knocking the bokoblins off the cliff there, but otherwise I'd say this was a pretty decent run. I hope you all enjoyed it. I will see you guys on Monday for more Breath of the Wild, where we will move on to getting Rivali's Gale, probably getting the rest of the map, and doing some other things. I'll see you guys then. Have a good night. Hey guys, thanks for watching. This is where most people tell you to like, comment, and subscribe. And while I would appreciate you doing all that, if you enjoyed my content, come check me out on Twitch at twitch.tv/TrinfiniteX so you can watch and chat with me while I make these. I'm a family-friendly streamer, so everybody's welcome. Throw me a follow on Twitch and Twitter so you can get notifications when I go live. Links will be down in the description. Have a wonderful day, and I look forward to meeting you.